Evening all. We all good? Well, there's cameras and lights, but not much in the way of action. Hey, hey. Right, my lovers. I'm from Somerset, that's our standard greeting. Time for the first tea of the stream. Yes, all good, thank you, Don. Oh, you know what? My microphone was all the way over there. Hang on, there we go. There we go. Now you can hear me. That would explain it. Well, funnily enough, Peter, I think I might have had another small kidney stone because I was in quite a lot of pain a few days back and a little bit last night, so I don't think the kidney stone woes have completely gone yet. Thanks, Tyson. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't help myself. I still don't drink enough. I mean, I drink like all of that in a day. I mean, that's not really enough, is it? Especially as it's tea. But still, we're battling on. Right, so what have I been up to? Let us find out. Where's the button gone? There it is. So I've mostly just been doing wall and floor panels since the last stream. You can see C-Deck here, and like a lot of C-Deck now has walls and floors. So all the straight bits are done on that side, and across there, and across there. So that's all been done. Some of the edging pieces have been added. Some edging pieces there. I've embedded the wall panels into the walls. This isn't the final the final design for how we're going to do this. I'm still undecided as to whether or not to have them behind a glass panel that you have to open, or like just hidden behind the wall panel. I think I like having them exposed. It's nice just to have that break up of the corridor and, you know, just that light coming from the screen. I think it needs it in the design. But because this is power to like the doors and the lights and everything, we don't want people just to be able to randomly press the buttons. So I think what we'll do is we'll have some kind of an access panel with like a 4-digit code on it, and maybe even a screen lock as well with a 4-digit code on it. Or have them mounted here without the openable panel and just have a 4-digit code to unlock the UI. Either works, to be honest, but they do need to be embedded better than that. Ah, yes, CSI, thank you. Yeah, one of the issues we have with collisions is, I've turned it off now, but when you move a mesh that affects the nav mesh, it rebuilds collisions, rebuilds the nav mesh rather. And that's been causing some issues. And with the way UE5 works, you need all of the levels loaded in order to build the pathing. Especially is because you've got some, I don't think we've got any on these decks, but we've got some like little nav mesh joiny things. So where we need nav visible, where are we? There. Because you get situations like this, in fact, where the nav mesh is broken on the stairs, and normally it handles it all right. So there you can see that the nav mesh is going up to the deck above, no problem at all. But here it's broken, and the only way to fix that is you put on these little nav mesh bridges. I forget what they're called now, but they are there somewhere. But when we rebuild the navigation, it should connect those back together. I'm not quite sure why the pathing's not working on B deck. Although, did it just give up on B deck? Hang on, let's have a look a minute. Oh yeah, so it's lost the pathing for B deck, which is why things like the Roomba's not working. So when I rebuild the nav mesh, that will all fix itself. The snap guide is something that I've put together. It's so I'm using a plugin called Snap System, and what that does is that allows you to place sockets on meshes like this, and it will snap a socket to a socket along the red direction. So what I've done is I've created these snap guides all over the ship, so when I'm placing things like wall panels, all I need to do is just put it near the anchor and it will automatically just pop into place. It just makes laying out all the framework and the geometry so much quicker and easier. But I made a funky material for it just to make it look professional. Yeah, that's where you do all the snapping. Right, so what I was doing is I've been sorting out this curve here. This is one framework piece, and this is the other framework piece. And where they join together is on the corner of this curve. Now, on the C deck sheet metal, which is the bit that goes on the top, you can see that we've got this cut out here. And on this side, that joins up flush. So that's essentially the shape of the framework that comes out of the manufacturing yard. It comes out in a piece like that. This side here is a slightly different shape, which is why we've got this cut out bit here. So in an ideal world, it would be the same as that one. So you can see these two are in fact the same mesh that's just been rotated. That one's got an extra bit on it, but basically it's the same thing. But that piece and that piece are different because they've got the different angled bit there. So I'm trying to adjust this to make it the same, which just makes life a little bit easier overall. And also, I've been trying to make the panels a consistent size wherever possible. So by having this little curved piece here, it gives us a 2.5 meter panel, which is consistent with the size of all the other panels, which is nice because it, it gives that consistent scaling around the corridor. It's going to have to be slightly odd on the corner because we have, in order to keep this side straight, we need a little panel here and 2 smaller panels here with a strip in the middle. And the strip in the middle is basically where the join is going to go. But it's kind of unavoidable, really. And then that creates that as a single floor panel, and then that as a single floor panel. And then this corridor just continues on as normal. Yeah, the air would definitely leak if we left that hole there. Yeah, I mean, anywhere we have an unexpected cavity like this, we can use that for cable runs and dropping utilities through. But in this particular instance, it's a very tiny cavity, so it's not really useful for anything. It's only really there just to give the corridor a bit of a curve. So on tonight's stream, I'll do a bit of that just to make sure we've got this bit finalized. And then I want to start cutting in the doors and windows around these curved sections, because I can't make the wall panels until that's done. Because once we've got the windows and doors cut out, then we can finish this ring, and this one as well, to be fair, which will be good. It'll be good to get those done. And then really that's the bulk of C-Deck finished in terms of wall panels, which is nice. Like, some of this can copy paste down as well. I think if we're keeping the bulkheads in the same place on D and E deck, then we'll probably keep the same number of panels either side. Because we'll probably have 3 crew quarters in this space. I'll have to do some measuring with that and see, but let's see how far we get with it. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to do is just make sure the screens were visible from this distance. So that one is. That one isn't, so I'll just fix that one. Okay, and that one. So I added these screens before we had the extra corridor ring, so of course they were set to a smaller distance. Things like widget panels can be quite performance heavy, because essentially it's writing a texture like on tick, which is super heavy, so I always try and slow them down over distance where possible, and make sure I hide them when they're not needed and they're not costing performance. Okay, so they're good. Absolutely. Nanite, oddly, doesn't cull. So if you look at this mesh, you can see that that would normally cull when the orange highlight goes away, because that's what it's set to. But Nanite disables culling, because it does its virtualized geometry thing that Nanite does. But yeah, you can't cull meshes anymore. which is annoying because one of the things that you have to be aware of with Nanite is like quad overdraw and that sort of thing. So the fact that it won't let you set a culling distance on geometry means it's just causing overdraw unnecessarily. So I'm hoping Epic will fix that at some point and allow us to cull those meshes. Right, sorry for blinding everyone. I was just setting up some snap guides for the curved corridor on the outside there. This one is the worst one, probably on the entire ship, because each one of these segments is unique. Because we have a curve which tightens, obviously each one of these is a slightly different angle. So basically, like, all that lot are unique, and then those ones are a copy. I've tried to mirror it as much as possible, so like this section here is mirrored either side, and that's consistent there, there, and there. So it's not the end of the world, but this bit here is a continuation of that tightening curve. So those ones are not copy pastable, which is just one of those things we have to deal with. Yeah, I mean, Nanite, we didn't need it per se when we turned it on, but with the mesh complexity that we're doing these days, plus having things like the Nanite tessellation, which is really good. It's just, for this particular project, it's worth it, especially when I'm like actually modeling bolts and things. But yeah, if you have well set up meshes with LODs, then it will outperform Nanite, in a typical example like this. But yeah, if you're going like super heavy meshes, then obviously Nanite gets rid of the poly count limit, which is cool. And the issue we have on a game like this is object count. So with Nanite, you have less draw calls because the geometry is virtualized. And I don't understand exactly how it works, but as I understand it, you don't need to worry about draw calls quite so much with Nanite, because it does some clever virtualization, something or other in the background. Which for a game like this, again, when you've got 7 or 8 decks, probably more like 10 decks once we're done with it, and each deck is filled with like literally thousands of unique items, object count becomes a real hindrance. So Nanite helps us with that. Plus again, Nanite tessellation is amazing. Okay, so what I was doing before I came on stream was sorting these meshes out. This is an annoyance I have with SketchUp. So you'd think, given that both of these meshes have a face, that they are coplanar. But they're not, because if you look at the height difference between that vertex and that one, it's 0.001 centimeters different, whereas like that one is exact. It's exact to about there. Where was it? Oh yeah, there. So like some of these vertices are 0.001 off of one another, which is really, really weird. So I'm just trying to get them to be coplanar so that we can join these two bits of geometry up. Because you'd think that would have done it, but no. So even though it does see these edges as intersecting, we've still got some vertices down here which are not coplanar. Yeah, I hear that a lot, Buckaroo. In fact, I hear that an awful lot, and not without reason. It's a very fair point. You know, why would you put yourself through this? And the answer is quite simple. It's because it's what I learned originally. It's what I'm used to, and I haven't really got the time to stop and learn Blender. I think once things calm down a bit and I've got a little bit more free time, then I will, you know, make an effort to learn Blender properly. But for now, we can get done everything we need to get done with SketchUp. For the baseline geometry, it's perfectly fine. But luckily, Unreal Engine handles things like UVs and face weighting on the normals and that sort of thing. So I don't need to worry about the things that SketchUp can't do. What am I looking for? That's what I was looking for. Hey, 3D Addict. Thank you, Larry. Your support is very much appreciated. I think it must be Kaji. When it starts doing weird stuff like this, sometimes it's easier just to delete the mesh and start again. There is actually a tool to make all of the vertices coplanar, but they don't always pick the same coplanar. See whether that did it or not. Right, so that bit's alright. Which one of these is wrong? Is that it? Do we have it? Oh, no. So there we go. That was the one that was wrong. Right, there we go. All that just to fix that. Yeah, there's a plugin you can use called Vertex Tools, which does do that. Where is it? Oh yeah, this one, Make Planar. So it basically picks what it thinks should be coplanar, but that's not always necessarily like flat on the z-axis. Hey, Celtic. Yeah, I don't blame you, 3D addicts. Sometimes it's good just to have someone to talk to. I get that in the office sometimes. I end up just talking to myself while I'm working. probably just stream when I'm doing that, shouldn't I? Right, so I've exported that one. Shall leave these two for now. I find a lot of the work I've been doing recently is just getting things prepped for for fleshing out with walls and floors and things. Having these pre-built templates with all the little guides and marks and things I need on them, they've proved invaluable in getting everything exactly where it needs to be. And also consistent, because there's nothing more satisfying than being able to make one piece that works in multiple places, because the measurements are exact. I shall leave that bit for now. These guys can be made unique. So what I'm making here is the snap guide templates. So when I import these into Unreal, I give them that snap guide texture, and these serve as the snapping points for the internal geometry. Again, it's a time-saving and stress-reducing tool. It's funny, actually. That's one of the things I found with, with being a developer and, making a game properly rather than just doing it as a hobby, is that you find yourself making tools to make the game. So you're not just making the game anymore, you're making the tooling to make the game. And I think that's an interesting kind of step up from just being a hobbyist. But it's definitely necessary if you're doing things on scale. Ah, okay, CSI, I'll have to have a look at that, thank you. Having vertices like off by 0.5 millimeter just drives me mad. Yeah, absolutely, Buckaroo. And yeah, just getting your workflows aligned and optimized. It's what I spent a lot of my time doing, to be honest. I think quite quite a chunk of my development time over the past couple of years has been optimizing workflows to get things done more efficiently. Absolutely, Festus. Right then. So let's sort this corner out. So we needed that there. So that's the... yeah, that's the not good one. Doesn't help that these don't line up. Where's the flip? There it is. It used to be called mirror. I always lose it because it's changed the name. Okay, so the aft section uses essentially the line of the curve to do the cut, which is far more logical. So really, yeah, so that's all right measurement wise. So what's that? That's probably do a thing a little bit wider than that. Make that, oops, 50. That's half a meter across there, and then we'll line these up accordingly. Line that onto the face just so it's kind of against the wall consistently. Okay, that's nicely lined up on there. So if we take a copy of that and pop it on there. Or we can do a straight support beam across there. I guess the same on the other side as well. There is a demo on Steam, Peter, if you search it up. Yeah, when it comes to the human models, we're using Character Creator. Character Creator 4, I believe. Yeah, I think it's CC4 we're using. Because it was really good for clothing and really easy to do something with like Marvelous Designer and turn it into, you know, clothes and things. But I want to go back to metahumans. We were using metahumans originally, but they were very heavy and difficult to get clothing for. But things are a bit easier now. Metahumans is a lot lighter. There's a lot more out there in the way of things like clothing packs and stuff. So yeah, metahumans are the way to go, and I want to keep everything as sort of in-house epic as possible. Obviously, metahumans are developed by Epic Games, and so is Unreal. So we want to, try and stick to the same, the same sort of architecture. Plus, as metahumans gets updated, it's going to be something which is always supported by Unreal fully, whereas something like Character Creator, being a separate product, isn't always going to be fully Unreal compatible, especially when they have their own plugin that needs to be updated as well. So yeah, but as I've mentioned before on stream, if there's one thing I absolutely suck at more than anything else, it's character modeling, characters and animations and all that sort of stuff. So that's really my weak point when it comes to being a developer. So I'll just be, paying someone who knows what they're doing to do all of that for me. Know your limits, as they say. Yeah, I found using Character Creator quite good when making the uniforms, because it's got those tools you need for, like, when you're changing body shapes and things, and you're doing like a male frame and a female frame, having the uniform not like glitch through the skin when you're doing like bends and things, and being able to just pull that geometry around really easily. I find Character Creator is brilliant for that. And the whole reason, actually, that we went with Character Creator in the end is because in their highlight reel, they showed things like goblins and Gollum from Lord of the Rings, and it seemed to be really good at doing non-human models, whereas obviously metahumans is very much human-centric, whereas Character Creator is a lot more flexible as to what you can make with it. Let's get rid of that mess in the way a minute. going on there? Well, that's weird. Redo this panel because I think we've got that same issue where like something's not quite coplanar on there, so we grab that. In fact, if we do that, we'll just grab that bit and we can delete all the rest and then make it again properly. So just need to grab that. Autosave. to look a bit more sensible. Just fix this bit. The reason I'm deleting these and re-extruding them again is because we had some weird non-coplanar vertices. So just extruding it down vertically, make sure that at least those bits are coplanar. So in terms of construction pieces, get rid of these snapping guides because I keep getting the camera stuck in them, and that needs to go on that layer. So you, not you. Snap guides, and then you can go on snap guides. So this would be one of the manufactured pieces, and that's where the join would be. Including that bit. Right, and then that bit actually needs to go on this one. Right, yeah, so that's the piece as it's manufactured, so you've got very little in the way of kind of floating metal work that's going to get bended. Yes, that's all right, and obviously that's all supported by the top section and the framework lid as well. And then this piece comes out looking like this. I think I'll probably round that corner off. Maybe square that off as well, actually. Yeah, because there's no reason for that to be at an angle. In fact, why don't I just attach that there? What's going on there? That's better. So yeah, I'll smooth that off so it's all one piece. And then this bit, get rid of that bit. Go for it, Peter. Hey, Yoni Noni. It's not perfect, but I think structurally that will do. Do want to put that better to be straight across there, but I think that'll do. Yeah, so the other half of this, Peter, is the fact that we've also built an entire galaxy. So it's not just modeling the ship. There's a lot of other game systems that need to be built as well. Obviously, if you take a look at the demo on Steam, you can see, you know, what there is now. But yeah, it's not just the ship model. There's an awful lot else that goes into it. I think the more challenging part of it, Puntloos, was not so much getting into the groove of just working on the same thing. It was more not approaching it like a hobby. So, you know, with a hobby project, if you come up with what you think is a cool idea, you can just go ahead and indulge yourself, on that idea. And if you think you've got a fun game mechanic you want to experiment with, you can just go and experiment with it. You're not beholden to time scales and deliverables and all the usual things you have to worry about on a commercial project. So I think that was by far the biggest challenge for me, is changing my mindset from being a hobbyist to being a proper developer with a proper development mindset. This is the Ring 3 forward section. So this is the forward airlocks in these two spaces here. They might be a bit big, to be fair, but we'll see. Given that these two areas, obviously it's mirrored on the other side, so there's 4 airlocks here. They're large enough that they could also be alternate atmosphere environments. So we could have a double airlock. So we can have the airlock obviously to the shuttle landing pad on the outside, but then maybe also an internal airlock. So if you have an alien race on board that you're meeting and they don't breathe the same atmosphere as you, then you could always enter this room in an encounter suit and have, you know, like table, chairs, that sort of thing, you know, within this space. So this could double up as almost like a small lounge for meeting alien ambassadors. But we'll see. We'll see how much room we actually have once we start modelling all the airlock and everything. Yeah, something like that. Good question, AJ. I think, like Firstus is saying there, everything about this project is iterative. We're not approaching this in the, you know, we will say medbay, for example. We'll start medbay, we'll work on medbay, and we'll keep going with medbay until medbay is finished, and then we'll draw a line under it. It's more a case of we'll start medbay, and then we'll iteratively improve the medbay experience over time, so that we'll constantly add new things, polish the existing things, and just expand on what medbay represents in the game, you know, over the development cycle. So that the whole thing is iterative. You know, we learn from mistakes, we change things, and we just keep going until it's done, basically. Yeah, the layout is done to the point where we know that these spaces here are all going to be science labs, and we know that these 4 spaces here are going to be airlocks. Beyond that, we haven't really put much thought yet into what the interior of this space is going to look like. Like, we know that, you know, with the science labs, we know that half of it needs to be storage, and the other half actually needs to be science equipment. But the actual internal layout itself still needs designing. So, you know, there's definitely going to be some design work that needs to happen there. You know, and the same with the airlocks as well. It's going to be a bit of a design exercise to, you know, explore what the best layout for that's going to be. So, in terms of constructing the ship as a whole, you know, the first thing we're doing is defining the floor area for a given room, and then once we've established how big the room is and you know what its extents are, then we can go back and think, right, now let's design something that fits within this footprint. Yes, roof windows are definitely a thing, so probably easier to see that in the game actually. So if we turn on that. So that is the roof of C deck. Obviously you can see that you know, the B deck floor area takes up the middle bit, but on the outside this is all exposed hull. So, you know, those outer labs there are very much exposed to a vacuum above their ceiling. None of the inner labs can have roof lights because obviously B deck is above them, but the outer ones most certainly can if needed. Obviously we do have the windows above the stairwell on either side, so it's going to have windows there, and you've got all the, you know, the side windows, and the labs that are here, oops, on these points around the outside I want to make sure that there are windows out of the lab facing across the corridor to the outside, so that any light, like if you've got the starlight hitting the side of the ship, it's going to stream, all the way through into the labs, which will look quite cool. I think, to be honest, that's probably all of the main labs. Yeah, because they're all facing external windows at some point, so they can all have an outside view. One of the goals I wanted to achieve was to have any of the areas where players spent a lot of their time needed to have external windows. So, like the bridge, the main science labs, everywhere except engineering, really. That's a good point, CSI. Jonesy just eats the food off of the floor in the storage room. What, you mean you want more than a bucket? It's just me a bucket and a bag of sand. That's all you need, surely. The ship is about 215 meters long now, I believe. No, sorry, 315 meters long, and around about 150 wide. It keeps getting ever so slightly longer with the engines. Hey, Arax. Yeah, layout and just fixing some bits. Like, I've just fixed this corner here, so I'll just re-export that now. I'm not completely happy with the angles on this, but I think it's good enough, and Claire is always encouraging me to go with good enough. What's this one? So this one would be 2. So it's ring 2 framework, ring 2 C deck framework, forward walls. That is true, Oni. Yeah, unless you remove those wall panels, you're never going to see behind them. But you can if you want to, and that's the important thing. This one's ring 3, so C deck, ring 3 forward walls. You'll be able to see some of it, definitely. So there'll be a hole cut into the front of that, so obviously you'll see all of this one, and that one's fine. But with this one, essentially you'll see anything behind there. So you won't see this bit. Hang on, let's just re-import that a minute. So the only bit the player's going to see is this bit, to be honest. So yeah, players will never see this section anyway. But I know that it's there. Right, that's better. And again, we'll have visible weld lines down here just to sell the fact that this has all been welded together. Right, so that's that bit done. I'm not going to panel that yet. I want to get on with the inside edges first. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hide a bucket of rocks in there. So as we discussed on the last stream, as C-Deck is slowly coming together, it's become apparent that we really have this central ring that'll have all the labs coming off of it, and then all the other sections are really just, you know, ways of traversing around the deck. But the main thoroughfare is this central ring. So with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and these are splits, that's 13 science labs, and all 13 of those labs will come off of this one corridor. So at some point I am going to make this corridor wider, so it's more of a showpiece corridor, I guess, rather than just being the same as all the other corridors, but that won't be anytime soon. But yeah, so this central ring here will be kind of like the central C-Deck science corridor that has all the labs coming off of it, which means the only doors to the labs will be along this corridor. May have some exit doors somewhere else, but yeah, predominantly that will be the only way into the science labs. I might stick some windows on the back here, just sort of facing the lounge area for some of these. Again, we need to define, given that this is the layout, we need to define where we draw the internal separation wall within these outer labs to split off the storage area. Again, with every sample that you're working on being physicalized, we need somewhere to store those physical samples, and that means we need sort of a warehousey type space with lots of shelving where you can store those samples, either for posterity or you know, for future research purposes. I'm thinking maybe take advantage of the straight edges that we have, because we've got a right angle there, so we could potentially come across, create largely a rectangular room there, which could be the storage space, with an interestingly shaped lab area. It's having a central circle and a funny shaped outer edge does create weird shaped rooms, but I think we're just going to have to roll with it a little bit. He has airlocks, yes, which is one of the highlights of my career, actually. I was an Obsidian Ant fan long before I started developing. So yeah, having a YouTuber that I always just watched because I was an Elite Dangerous fan, then start making videos on my game that I'm making was really weird, actually. That's that whole like imposter syndrome thing. I'm like, what? This is weird. This isn't reality, surely. Yeah, I think Obsidian made a video a few days ago, actually, that featured Starship Simulator. He didn't say much about it. It was just a video about all the space games that are approaching space exploration and such, you know, compared to AAA games. I can't remember the video title now, something like indie devs doing better than AAA developers, something like that. But yeah, I think my main concern with the demo update is, on the surface, it doesn't look like we've done much. Like, we've completely overhauled the galaxy. We've completely rebuilt the sensors gameplay. You know, you can actually scan things properly now and track the progress across the galactic space. You know, there's a lot behind the scenes that we've done, but to the casual observer and, you know, a typical streamer, when they pick up the game, you know, at face value, you think, well, nothing's changed. It's basically the same as it was a year ago. But yeah, you know, if you look deeper under the hood, pretty much everything's changed. Yeah, you're right, Celtic. I really respect that about Obsidian, to be honest. He, you know, if something's rubbish, he'll say it's rubbish. You know, he doesn't have that sort of, you know, diplomatic side where, you know, he's not scared to call a spade, and yeah, I respect that. And, you know, I'll say that about anyone, you know, reviewing the game. If, you know, if someone thinks it's crap, then say that. You know, I'm a big boy, I can take it, and we like to learn from feedback like that. I think, you know, we've had a couple of streamers who have, you know, dissed the game quite a bit. Yamix was a funny one. Me and Claire, you know, disagree on Yamix because I often find Yamix funny. He's a bit like Marmite. You either love him or hate him. But, you know, he ripped into Starship Simulator quite thoroughly. But everything he said was, you know, fair. Like, you know, he criticised the character model. He criticised the, you know, the way the animation works and the reflections in the glass, and, you know, all the things that he was criticising were valid points. I mean, those things were, and some still are, crap, which is fair enough. I mean, and, you know, I respect people that just say it as it is. Yeah, what I don't agree with is, you know, trashing things for the sake of trashing things. I mean, you know, you can be hypercritical about something, and, you know, in a really pedantic way. Like, yeah, I've seen, yeah, some reviewers who just pick on stuff for the sake of picking on stuff. And funny enough, on the previous game I worked on the Orville, there was this one streamer who, he walked onto the bridge and kind of, you know, looked around a bit and went, ugh, nothing to do here, and then walked out again. And I'm like, you didn't press any buttons. There are buttons everywhere that you could have pressed, and you just didn't press anything. You just walked into the room, looked around, and left. What the hell? So yeah, I think it depends on the streamer. Hey, Archer. Yeah, they do indeed, Kaji, and yeah, and that's where it's not constructive at all. But yeah, I will take fair criticism. If someone complains that this is taking too long, then I will agree with them. It is taking too long. Especially when I spend all my time chatting and not actually doing anything. What am I doing? Wall panels, that's what I was doing. Right, so... oh, autosave. Right, so if these are both labs on this side, then guess we'll put the door on this side. Just thinking about a foot flow coming up from the stairs. Actually, I suppose this side makes more sense. Because if people are coming up the stairs here on their way to their lab of work, kind of makes sense to have the door over here. So even if that bulkhead's closed, you can still get in there. Okay, so I wanted the doors to the labs to be quite wide, so they're big sort of commercial spaces. They're not just crew quarters. So I was going to go with the 2-meter doors for those, if we have room for them. So we should have about 2.5 meters there. Yeah, only just. So if we do a 2-meter doorway, then we've got only about 20 centimeters each side for a panel, which is what? That's about that. Yeah, it should be enough. Okay, so if we make those two unique, first thing we need to do is get rid of the hole and make that just a flat sheet. Get rid of that insulation material. Right, and then we can cut through that for a door frame. May as well use, I was going to say use this one, but that one's actually the wrong size. This one should be 2 meters. That was 1.5. Okay. That might not necessarily be a bad idea. I actually lost my old door template, so I'm going to just take a copy of that. Facing the right way, that's good. So pop that one there. Rotate that round to the right way. Don't worry, there's method to my madness. What I want to do is just cut out the shape of the door frame. Good as is, actually. Then we can get rid of that. Get rid of that. That's weird. Why is it all... Why does it have a bump in the middle? It shouldn't have a bump in the middle. Do you have a bump in the middle? No. That's odd. Where'd it go? Lost it. Definitely no bump in the middle. Oh, I see what I've done. That's more like it. I know I just want the extra edge, didn't I? Just trying to think ahead with this template and what I'm going to need, not just for cutting this hole, but also for the wall panel as well. Keep that one handy because we're going to need that for the panel. Yeah, I'm trying to keep the doors as big as possible in the spaces that are basically workspaces. So for the crew quarters, we'll go with a smaller, more personal sized door. But for all of these commercial workspaces, we want big doors. And I'll probably do glass doors for the lounges, not lounges, for the labs. Right. So how wide do they need to be? So 7.5, and I'm assuming you're also 7.5. And then the gap in the middle is 10. keep losing the doors. So we want 7.5 to there. And then another 7.5 to there. And the same on this side. 7.5. 7.5, which should leave us a gap in the middle of 10. Yes, exactly bang on to the millimeter. Right, which means we don't need that or that. So that face can go, that face can go. Just thinking, actually, let's do this with faces so that we've got our internal face here that we can work with. Not precisely, Buckaroo. So because every single corridor, like this, has a curve of that, whereas these corridors curve the other way, and obviously as you go outward from the center, the curve gets less and less and less. So the geometry is completely different. So what I tend to do is make templates and then just stick to consistencies with the template, which makes making the doors quicker and easier. So basically that means we need to take that, that bit, that, because I need to form the door cassette, basically the cavity that the door runs into out of this bit. So that should be all of that. So we make that and that, that and that, that and that, that and that, that and that. Right, make that a group. And then get rid of the middle bit there. Reverse those bits there. Okay. Yeah, Peter, in the current dev build on B-Deck, the carpets do get dirtier over time, and the Roomba actually cleans them as it's going round. Okay. for that edge there. Off in a sec so it joins up. Okay, and then we go 2.5 that way and reverse the face, and 2.5 that way and reverse the face. And then how deep was that door bit? Uh, 2.5. Okay, so we need to grab that bit. Down to there and flippity flip. Okay, so there's the basic door frame. Doing an inch above as well? Yes, I was. Okay, so then we just grab that. Bring them down to the marker, which is where? There. Right, and I'll just clean up all the loose bits on there. So if we make that a component, copy it out the way. Right, so that's that. So the doors are obviously going to go on a curved track in here, and we debated the doors and whether or not they should be straight or curved. And the problem with straight doors is on a curve you end up with like with the frame, it's like fat at the edge and thin in the middle, and it just looks silly. So keeping the doors curved just kind of keeps all the edges consistent. And speaking of edges, I need to remind myself what I did with this one. So that was 1.25 for the edge there, and then 0.25 for that bit. So so 1.25 there. Smooth all off. And then 0.25 there. Gives us that nice molded edge. whether we'll do all 4 at once without messing up. Yeah, not bad. Did the top mess up? No, good. Right, okay, so we've got our door frames, and yeah, let's just grab that a minute because we'll need that separately. Them round there. Pop them in there. Although, the area behind the main stairwell, one half of it's going to be bathrooms, and the other half is going to be like the repair area for the cleaning droids and like charging stations and just general cleaning supplies and things. It's like a utilities room right in the middle there. So I think I might move these doors to the outer edge. Right, so move that one to there. Pop that one back where it came from. So you can go back there. And then the same on this side. So you go there. And pop that one back. Sometimes it won't let you press Control to copy, so you have to deselect the tool and reselect it again. Right, okay, so one side's bathrooms, the other side is utilities. Right, and then we have the labs there, and then we need the labs this side. So if we remove, actually, this one's going to be, so the forward lab here is going to be the astrometry lab, and that's going to have a big holo display in it, so it's going to be 2 decks tall. So this one needs probably a set of doors either side, maybe the same as this one, to be honest, because if we have like a big holo display in the middle there, it'll be good to have like a gantry or something around it, which means the way in would be from either side. Yeah, let's do that. So let's get rid of that one and that one. And then around here we'll take that one and that one, and we'll copy them in a circle, 180 degrees, and then plonk them in that group. Okay, so yeah, so the astrometry lab will have a door on either side, and then a big pit area for the big holo display. So yeah, looking at the size of the bridge there, it's probably going to be similar in size to the bridge, but we'll see. We'll see if we can make it bigger. Basically, I will make it as big as I can for this particular lab. Suppose if we keep the whole, if we make this a high bay in the top, then have it so you step down into the lab, then the whole ceiling space can essentially just be holo display. Yes, the ship will have droids. I'm a big fan of droids, so we will have droids. Yeah, as ODST is saying there, the damage model is such, and the reason that we have separate panels for absolutely everything is that every single one of these, of course, has health values and such. So, we can quite easily swap the mesh out on this particular panel to be all, trashed and ripped up. And the same with any of the wall panels. We can, procedurally damage these panels, which means if the ship takes an impact in this area, then we will draw a sphere of influence around the area of the impact, obviously with the most damage in the middle and then decreasing as you radiate outwards. And then anything within that sphere will receive damage to a greater or lesser extent. And because we have utilities running through the walls, so obviously once we get the cabling in, you can see a bit of it, placeholder cabling here. So the cabling's running through the walls like this. So if an impact is received here, then those cables are receiving damage from that impact, along with the floor and the wall and the breaker box, all of it. It's all receiving damage. And that damage is very much localized to the area that the ship was hit in. So where you take damage is really, really important, because obviously with every single ship system being wired up one-to-one with actual wires and actual pipes and things, impact location matters, because an impact here really is just going to take out some corridor lighting and maybe a few doors, whereas an impact underneath somewhere is going to hit something more critical, which is very cool. And then we'll have it so that the sphere of influence from the impact will be reduced by hull plating. So the more better off your hull plating is, the more repaired it is, it will reduce the size of that sphere. That's how we'll be handling damage within the vessel. And the same will be true for alien vessels as well, except at least for the procedural ones, they won't have complex interiors like this, but they will have physicalized hardware. So things like the engines, the shield generators, they will have a location within the hull, and you will have to hit the ship in the right place to damage them. One of the big questions we get is, will you be able to tear massive holes in the ship? And for now, the answer is no, for the simple reason that it's really going to play havoc with NPC pathing. So never say never. I mean, at some point we might be able to get to that point where we have literally holes through the ship, but we need to solve internal air pressure and that sort of thing. We need to solve NPC pathing around those damaged areas, so we need to make sure that the NPC has awareness that on the other side of that door they cannot get past. That all needs adding to the logic. Right, let's just export these a sec so I can see what we're doing. Right, so this is ring 1 framework. That's aft walls. Yeah, ring 1 C deck aft walls. So yeah, this was a point of discussion. What happens if your ship is beyond repair? So we definitely want there to be some kind of game over scenario, or many game over scenarios. So if you have gotten to the point where your ship is damaged to the point where you run out of resources, you can't 3D print new bits to fix it, then you are dead in space, and you either wait for your crew to starve to death or you just hit the self-destruct and suck it up. Basically, that is a game over scenario. Yeah, obviously, we are going to allow the player to save the game at any point, so just creating regular rollback points will stop you from losing everything if that's what you want. Yeah, some damage will be cascading, because if you get hit somewhere critical, then anything downstream of that critical point is obviously going to go offline as well. Oh, the ship will have escape pods, but I guess you need to look at it from a gameplay perspective. If you get the crew into an escape pod and then launch it, then what? Again, so launching the escape pods is treated as a game over scenario, because you are leaving your ship, you are abandoning your ship, you are now just in space in an escape pod. Now what? Now what happens? So we're treating it as realistically as possible. So the idea is we want there to be a decision-making process on when to return back to Earth. So if you're out there in the black and you're exploring and your ship is getting worse and worse and worse, at some point the intelligent thing to do is to turn around and head back home to Earth, where you can repair and then refit and then head out on a new mission. We want there to be consequences. So if you don't return home to Earth and you don't get repairs and refits, then eventually your ship is just going to get destroyed. Yeah, so obviously we're not at that point yet, but the idea is that when you launch a new mission, you will pick your crew, or more specifically, you will customize your crew, and then your ship and that crew go out on a mission of exploration. Now that's it. That's your save game. That's your ship and your crew. If you return back to Earth, then anyone you've lost, you can replace them with new crew members, and you can fully repair your ship. So returning home to Earth is basically completing your mission of exploration. And then you go out on a new mission of exploration with a fully repaired ship and a backfilled crew. If you don't do that, you stay out there in the black and you eventually lose the ship and all hands are lost, the ship is destroyed, then when you start a new mission, it's a new ship and a whole new crew. So where the grey area is with that, and where we haven't quite decided yet, is obviously we have an upgrade path for the ship and we have an upgrade path for the crew. We want to create value in those upgrade paths. So the question is, if you launch a new mission with an entirely new crew and an entirely new ship, what, if any, upgrades are present on that new ship? Or are you literally starting from scratch at that point? But yeah, that is to be determined, and it's something we're still discussing. Yeah, the self-destruct system is something that you will have control over. And the only reason really you'd want to use it is if you've reached a point where basically you've gone beyond the point of no return. So the crew are literally just going to starve to death or freeze to death, and you've completely run out of resources and you can't get more resources, and there's nothing you can do to salvage the situation. So if you want to end that mission and start a new one, just hit the self-destruct, start a new mission. Or if you think you can salvage the situation, then it's up to you, whether or not to use that self-destruct. Yes, Delta. So the idea is we want to measure the level of success of a mission. So if you think of it like in Star Trek terms, like the Enterprise went away on this historic 5-year mission of exploration. It's like something along those lines, where you have your ship, you have your crew, you're going off into the unknown. There's no support network out there. It's just you exploring in the dark, and that's a big deal. So the longer you stay out there, the more first contacts you make, the more exploration you do, the more science you do. When you eventually return home to Earth, you are completing that mission of exploration. You are then scored and rated on, how well you did, how successful was that mission. We don't want that to be a game over. That's more a case of, okay, that mission's over, but you've still got the ship, you've still got your crew, any upgrades you made are still there on your ship. So you can now go and launch another mission of exploration with all of the upgrades and research and training that you did from the previous one. So there's no penalty to coming home to Earth early. It's just that you won't get as high of a score for that particular mission because you weren't out there as long, if that makes sense. Correct, Peter. There is no Earth infrastructure beyond Sol, other than the beginnings of an outpost in Alpha Centauri. We were going to go with nothing at all, but it makes sense for humans to have at least reached Alpha Centauri. With FTL in its infancy, we've at least made it one star system over. Yeah, I think the only way we can really avoid the whole hardcore mode, you die, is just by allowing arbitrary save points at any point. So right now the game will just save. It's like Minecraft. So as you're playing, it's constantly saving. You can't create a separate save point at the moment, but we'll make it so that you can. So if you're about to go and explore what you believe to be a dangerous star system, you can save the game before entering that system. So if bad things happen and your ship is destroyed, you can just roll back to that save game and avoid that system in future. So we don't want to put too hard of a restriction on that. I'm sure that will then lead to people wanting a hardcore mode, and I'm all for that. So yes, we'll probably have a hardcore mode as well, which won't allow you to do periodic saves. But yeah, I see no reason not to do both, really. I'm a big fan of hardcore mode in games, to be honest. It gives you that sense of danger that you don't normally get. It gets the heart racing. It's more of a challenge. Don't breathe tea. Keep having to remind myself, you can't breathe tea. So C deck falls. The chicken game. Hang on. Don't know whether you can see, but it's a t-shirt that Claire got me, which I happen to love. Yes, I'm sure we'll have caffeine-based nebulae. Yes, this was ring 1, wasn't it? Ring none. That one. Wouldn't an asteroid covered by sugar technically be a space donut? Just fix the normals on this one. There we go. I'm good, I'm glad, Caltech. To be honest, we've had this same Lofi Geek music for a while now. We need to get our own Lo-Fi music. Something a bit more spacey, perhaps. But I like how chill it is. Yeah, it's an interesting point there, Max. I think we definitely need to have some kind of a mission where you are catching up with a previous generation's ship which went out there. I guess with the distances involved in space, it's quite easy to get to the point where you will have ships that are still out there crawling along when newer, faster technology comes about. That's a great idea, Delta. Okay, so starting to get some doorways. Yeah, so this works quite well. So we've got, for each main side stairwell, we've got 4 labs within easy reach of the stairwell, and the same on this side too. So door, and if we put the doors, well, I'll say we'll put the doors on this side, perhaps we won't. So I'm just thinking, in terms of having a storeroom, it definitely makes sense to square that off and make it a rectangle for storage, which means if we do that, then the door's going to have to be here, which I think is an inevitability, to be honest. Yeah. Let's add that and see a minute. Yes, Mars and the Moon will both be landable. Yeah, as Max and Firstus says, that stuff in the walls, this stuff, it's insulation, which protects the ship against radiation, helps manage heat, and also right now it doesn't look like it, but it will be eventually like hexagons, and each one of those is filled by a special magic substance that when exposed to vacuum expands and hardens rapidly. So the idea is, if you have a micrometeorite which penetrates the hull and penetrates the insulation, then it will just immediately expand and harden, thus filling the hole that the micrometeorite just made. So it's a safety measure as well. Yeah, I would love to recreate the Apollo sites and have them set up like their tourist attractions. That would be awesome, actually. We'll have to see. I imagine we'd need to get permission for that. I don't know. I mean, technically it's a historical thing and would therefore fall under fair use, but I don't know whether or not the likes of NASA would have a problem with us using their logo, for example, and that sort of thing. Thanks, Peter. Have a good one. Yeah, it's more like the descent stage that's still sitting there on the surface, and you know, like an old lunar rover that still sat there. Things like that. I'm sure it'd be fine. It's just it's better to ask permission just in case. Maybe let's make these a unique object before I go messing with them. Yeah, I think it would be cool to do a Voyager probe retrieval mission where you actually go out and bring it back to Earth. I'm sure, you know, once we have FTL technology, yeah, something like one of the Voyager probes would be more useful as a historical piece than it would as a, you know, instrument of science. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I would love to collaborate with, you know, the likes of NASA and the European Space Agency. I think that would be, you know, all kinds of awesome. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's probably just an email address. Yeah, I'm sure we can get a detailed height map of those areas. I mean, yeah, I mean, they almost certainly exist. That's cool, Max. Yeah, that's really cool. A thought has just occurred to me, as is oft to happen. Because we're cutting what is essentially a straight line through a curve, it means that the the door being curved, it's going to have more of an overlap on one side than the other. So say the door finishes here, it's going to overhang on this side a little bit more than it does that side, which is probably not the end of the world, but these are things that I notice. Oh. Hey Bert, good to have you. Just thought of a more efficient way I can do that in a minute. Because that should be exactly a 10 centimeter gap across there. Yeah, so if I reverse the faces on those, and then I make that an inch separation, so I'm creating a 1 inch bit of metal. Do the same on that side. Right, then when I cut that through, I've already got those bits done, and I just need to trim off the edges then, and not worry about the top quite so much. Yeah, I'll do it that way. Goes 7.5 there. Don't need that. That one goes 7.5 there. Don't need that. Don't need that. That's already the right way around. So then we don't need that or that. That, or that. Okay, so we did need that one. That, don't need that, that, or that, or that. Okay, so that. component. Yeah, it's definitely cleaner doing it that way. Hey, yeah, the ring is very much part of the ship. The ring is fully hardware. There's literally no crew access. Yeah, I agree. It would be nice to have some kind of a viewing platform around the ring, but you know, it's the ship geometry is such that this just doesn't. It's just not possible. The ship's not big enough. I am, however, making an observation lounge at the rear of the ship above the shuttle bay. So hopefully that will provide some nice views. Have a good one, because me. That's just me butchering people's names as usual. Oh wait, that's the wrong way. That's the one I wanted to get rid of, not that one. I might actually... I was hoping to avoid having doors opposite one another. Because what we don't want, in some ways, is to have too much extended view distance into opposite rooms, because it means we're like rendering props too far, or too many props at once. We kind of need the walls to manage view distances for us a little bit. I could move those doors to there, but I suppose it's not the end of the world. I'm just hoping to use as much as this space here for the hollow display as possible, and just use the edges for gantries. But I suppose I could always move those doors to there, just move these ones around. Yeah, the medical facility will look out over the park, as I I can't remember who thought of it now, whether it was me or Claire. It's lost in the mists of time. But the general idea there is that the crew members that are recovering in the ward area will look out over the park, so they'll see greenery and trees, and I think it's a great mental health thing for, you know, recovery. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so I would say expect these doors to move a little bit, but because we have consistently created these segments, it means that this door can fit in any one of these 6 locations quite easily. It's easily moved. Same with the windows. This segmented design gives us a lot of freedom in terms of just moving things around without having to redo stuff. So I'm going to leave it there for now, but yeah, I would say expect it to move. Do you mean the mall area? That would be here. Claire, are you watching? He says slyly. Damn it. Like, don't look for a minute. Yeah, I know. I feel like my mum's just told me off. Good night, 3D Addict. Have a good one. Good night, CSI. Oh, that's what we need. We need Minecraft music. Yeah, RimWorld's very cool. If anyone wants to check that out, highly recommend it. I would say that our NPC system is inspired by RimWorld, but to be fair, it's more inspired by Dwarf Fortress, which in turn inspired RimWorld. Too much geometry. can feel a Claire attack coming on at any minute. So I'm nearly done. I just wanted to see what it would look like. The nice thing is we've got a lot of ceiling cavity available here, so the mall section can be a lot taller than it currently is. So we won't have this big tube leading up to the ceiling. We'll take the height of the mall ceiling right up to it. So that's basically the idea of the mall section. Again, I think it needs to be a bit narrower than this. I guess we'll judge that by how restrictive these walkways feel. We don't want them to be feel too narrow. So we'll take the width of the walkway and then work out just how much space we have here. We'll put a couple of, well, like where we've got these kind of seating things with flower beds. We'll have those in the middle here as well, so we'll just have some seating areas. Yeah, and then the idea is that you've got windows in the ceiling, although I think maybe only the middle, because we can't have any windows here because this just happens to be a corridor and airlocks, so we're kind of limited for space there. So maybe rather than having the two, just have the one in the middle. Maybe make it a bit bigger. Yeah, so that the stairs don't have windows, and then have it kind of rising up to a window in the ceiling there. Yeah, so I definitely think tall plants, absolutely, in this space, because we've got more than enough headroom for it, and obviously some seating. There is going to be a fountain in the middle here, so yeah, probably about here we'll have a water feature that will have a hollow display above it, and that hollow display is going to list all the Admiral level backers, and that will just be constantly scrolling. And then all this will be the park area. But yeah, now that I see this like in 3D, I do think we need to limit it just to one window above whatever we're putting in the middle here. Otherwise it's a bit too heavy on the windows, especially when you consider like the whole middle section, like the whole front of the ship, all the way around there is going to be windows. So that's kind of overkill to have two there. Yeah, I definitely think it looks a lot more balanced just having the one window there. Yeah, and also a little store for people trying to sell you phone cases as well. It'd be quite cool actually, because once the ceiling, because I'll have it come up and over at an angle, and you'll be able to see the ring through there, which will be quite cool. Multifaceted, yes, definitely. Like we've got here, so it'll be somewhat like this, only rectangular, although I'll curve the edges, so it won't just be a straight rectangle. We'll do something ornate. Anyhow, what were we doing? It's like nothing happened. No, not yet. I'm just calling it AR headset. We need like an in-game manufacturer name. Okay, so we've done doors. Let's do windows next. And what about here? I guess we don't really need anything here other than one door there. Actually, I seem to have inadvertently covered that up. Yeah, we'll have something like that at the back of the ship. Yeah, I don't have that to hand right now as an example. But basically, at the back of the ship, over here, so where you come down either side of the shuttle bay, I'm going to have like an observation dome at the back. So we've got like an observation corridor looking down into the shuttle bay either side. So that's kind of the best way to get up into it. So we'll have something like that. I think it is Oni already. I think that's yeah, I see what you mean actually. I think it will. Or is that a 5 segment one. Oh no, how many segments? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Oh, that does fit. Oh yeah, of course, because so the debate I was having with myself is whether or not we want to do 5 or 6 panels on this particular curve, because having a 5-paneled curve creates monstrously large panels on the opposite side. Going with 6 panels keeps them more reasonable, but if we're not having any doors or windows here, then that doesn't really matter too much. That's more of an issue in engineering right now. But yeah, so this will be the entrance into the data center through there. Why don't we have labels on these? No, still there. We just don't have that deck loaded. This is C deck. Right, let's do that panel and then that panel, and that basically finishes off ring 1, which would be nice to get that done. Then we can move outward from there. Right, let's do that one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. Oh, yeah, that is 6. Thought I'd mad then. Let's do it here, I suppose. Right, so we grab template. Okay, remove it from that layer, turn off that layer. Adjusting that because I'm making the perpendicular edge just a little bit longer. So assuming that that one's all lined up, we should be good to go. Autosave slowed me down. I was going for a speed record on panel making. Yeah. Deleting the edge is quicker than right-clicking. Damn you, SketchUp, and your stupidity. Oh, that wasn't that bad. Ah, it's clicked. Huzzah. I should have actually timed how long that was. I mean, that's a pretty rapid panel. Oh. Let's just sort out the normals just to make sure we ticked all the boxes. Yeah, I probably dented it because I was rushing. Okay, getting there. Right, this one now. It really does, yeah. Right now there are about 7 decks, moving on to probably around about 10, because we've got, right now we end at G deck. We're probably going to have an H and an I as well, which are both going to be double height decks. But below that, it's just going to be gantries and capacitor banks. So technically, that's not really a deck. How long is that bit? Not long enough. Okay. Right, I'm going to time this on my phone. Come on, phone, wake up. If I was a stopwatch, where would I be? Okay. Yeah, found it. Right, okay, so go. base panel done. Now we just need to do the bolts. Not quite sure why this one isn't lined up. Or that one for that matter. Typical. That was 6 minutes to make the panel. Now I just need to do the fiddly bit. So, 5 segments outer, done, engine, there a minute. Five segments outer, import the mesh. Socket. Wood. rubber backing. Bolt. And panel paint. Nanite accuracy. Collisions. Oh, wrong place. Okay, panels in place in 8 minutes. Okay, 8 minutes and 40 seconds to fully put in a wall panel. That's not bad, really. Yeah, we're good. Scaling is good. And it should line up with the other panel like pixel perfect. Pretty good, and we got a tiny bit of misalignment there, but that's like less than a millimeter, so we're good. Ignore the framework on the background, that's wrong. Phew. Oh, actually, yeah, one thing we do need to do, just do the normals. Make sure it's properly hard surface. Oh. Yeah, so it lines up with the floor. So it's actually the framework behind it which needs redoing. So the panel is correct. Oh, I see what you mean. All right, no, you're right. So of course the framework behind is wrong, and of course I've lined the bolts up with the framework, which is wrong, which is why they're off center. Yeah, so that would explain that. Okay, well, so assuming that I didn't completely screw that up, that would have been around about 8.5 minutes. So that does actually let us know that we need to fix this though, doesn't it? So let's go ahead and fix that. Yeah, so that's wrong as well. Tea break. Yeah, when it comes to powering handheld devices on the ship, we were looking at various ways of doing that. And I think having essentially like a wireless power ring in each room is the way forward with that. So basically, as long as the device is in the room, it's picking up power from the room, and we'll have it so that they have internal batteries as well, so they will have life outside of the ship, but whilst you're walking around the ship they will just naturally be charging. Yeah, and the ulterior idea is to have just charging pads. is that so off? I'm assuming this was a previous iteration of something or other. Let's just rotate it out and back just so I know we're on a line. That should be good there and there. Get rid of those. Fortunately, it's now that we've got all of our templates, making these segments is really, really easy. But before I do that, I'm going to save it because it loves to crash doing this. Right, so we're going to go from there to there, and we want to divide that by 1, 2, 3, 4. Can never remember whether that would be 4 or 5, but let's give it a whirl. So from there to there, divided by 5. Yeah, there we go. It didn't crash. And they should all be lined up nicely. And then when it comes to these bits, we simply just go bosh, 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 bosh. Grab those. Copy them up out of the way. Make them into a group. Clean them up. 260. Done. I could copy it across, but it's actually quicker to make another one than it is to copy across the other. Okay, done. And we just need to do the same for this bit. And again, save, because we're going to rotate it. Copy it to there, and then times 4, and it crashes. That's why I save it before doing that. I don't know what it is, but it really just does not like doing array functions, basically. It doesn't mind if you do them one at a time. I wonder if we try doing a divide on it. side 4? That crashes as well. Ho-hum. No worries, Bert. Have a good one. Oh, do you know the worst thing? I forgot to make it a component. Just making sure that we're in the right direction there. Thank you. Have a good one. I'll be heading off myself shortly. It's coming up to the 4-hour point, so I'll get this framework done. I will fix this bit, and then I shall call it a night myself. should be that one done. Oh, hang on a minute. What's that doing over there? Right then, so that was go away emails. Do I have my emails open? Oh, I do. Sorry, email spam. Right, so that's ring 1, framework, CDEC forward walls, should be that one. So this should update to be correct. That's more like it. So they should line up now. Sure they, yeah, let's fix those normals. So let's see if we can do this without necessarily losing the geometry we've got. So stick a face on there and there. Actually, saying that might be an even better way of doing this, because if we can select all of that, if the only problem is lateral movement, then we might be able to just tweak it over there a bit. Why are you not lining up? Come on, come on. Hey, what does that do to this? I think good. Hang on then. Maybe if we create an edge there, that gives it something to line up with. No, nothing. Okay. Right. Not to worry. We have more than one way of fixing it. So it just so happens that I made a bit of a template for the bolts. Which to be fair, I probably don't even need to use, because I can just copy the whole thing across as is. So if I grab them, those two. Paste them on there. Those ones. Paste them on there. Okay, we should be back in business. Okay, that should be as fixed. So ring 1, all panels, 5 segments outer. Let's re-import that. Fix the hilariously bad normals. Okay, so I just need to move that text render a little bit. Going to redo these ones so that I don't have to move the label on each one manually. Right, so that is the entirety of ring 1 done, at least in terms of floor and wall panels. Ceiling panels are going to need doing, but I might not get around to them for the demo update. So we've got to do the panels for ring 2. Shouldn't need too many there. Obviously door frame and window frame are going to be the slightly more complicated ones. And then it's just doing this outer edge here, and that should be all of CDEC done pretty much. This bit should be easy because it's just these same straight panels again. Yeah. So these ones are all unique, but they are duplicated on the other side. So I'm only making don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'd say 12 or 13 panels for this section here, but that does get copy pasted 8 times, and a few custom bits just to do here. But yeah, I think we're pretty close to seeing C deck done there, other than the rooms themselves. Yeah, I'll see if I can break my record of 8.5 minutes, but without screwing up the bolt locations. Right, well, I shall go ahead and put this out as a build so that all you fine people can try it. But before we do that, we have to load up all the levels so that we can rebuild the nav mesh. Close all these meshes that we were working with. Thanks, Verstus. Appreciate it. That's true. I generally go to bed around about 5 AM. So what I tend to do now is after the stream, usually I'll just go and either have a walk, or have a shower, have a bite to eat, just have a stretch, and then get back into it again. Always, Verstus, always. Right, let's stress this thing out and load everything. I need to find a more efficient way of doing this, because loading all of the levels every single time is a right pain. I'm going to skip that one. That's everything. Where are we? Build paths. Don't want to unhide it. Right, so that should have given us what we need on here. So we've got where's navigation gone? Oh, there. Okay, so why is it not building the paths for B deck? Oh, that's those things I was talking about for joining nav meshes together. Need to redo those because they don't seem to be joining those up. Get rid of the nav mesh. Is this where it crashes? Oh, no, we're good. Right, so we have no nav mesh. Right, build the nav mesh. There we go. Right, so immediately we have an issue with the snap guides because they are going to break the nav mesh. So if we grab all of the snap guides, that should be all of them. Yeah. Okay. And for all of those, we have to turn off navigation. Don't want them to be used as occluders either. Okay. Right, let's try that again. Building a path over there. Because that mesh should not be affecting navigation in any way. Right then, let's try this another way. Don't know whether that will affect navigation or not, but it's worth trying. So I'm assuming, for the sake of these guys, it's probably messed up here a little bit too. Above the nav mesh there. Okay, well, I'll leave it like that for now because the roomba doesn't need to go down the stairs anyway, so it's not going to try and shoot off that way. It is interesting though that those snap guides should not be affecting navigation at all. So the problem is I can't turn off collision on them because that will stop them from snapping. They need collisions to snap. I'll work on that problem. It might not be, but I'm pretty sure it is. It doesn't matter though. I mean, we've got a nav mesh again for the Roomba. That was the main thing, and the cat, of course. So we've got nav meshes for them to navigate. That's all that's needed for now. Let's just save that a sec. What I might do actually is I might make a separate persistent level that only has the levels on it that are required for building the nav mesh. So things like the HVAC in the ceilings, or in the ceilings themselves in fact, none of that's needed for building the nav mesh. So if we have a persistent level which is only used for that, although of course, yeah, then the nav mesh is going to be on that persistent level. All right, I'll go and research that because I've got to figure out what's going on with it. Okay, so we are now on 83. Dev build 83. Oh, shipping profile. In the dev folder. Go. Oh, and there we go. So whilst that packages, I shall wish you all a good night. Oh. Where's Obs gone? There it is. So this should package in about 2 minutes. It usually takes about 2 minutes. I'll hang around for 2 minutes just to make sure that it does. It is a pleasure, as always. I really need to go sort out these bloody warnings. Actually, you raise a good point because we are away at Sci-Fi Con. But I think we're going on Thursday, if I'm right. So we should be good for a Wednesday stream. I don't know when we're coming back from the Sci-Fi Con. Claire, can you confirm whether or not we'll be back by Sunday night? See, this is why I need Claire, because I haven't got a clue what's going on. Yeah, could do. Yeah, so we're going to literally the other side of the UK. It's in Great Yarmouth, I believe, which is in Norfolk. And we're in Somerset, so yeah, it's a 6-hour drive for us. So we're doing a final package, and that took a grand total of 2 minutes and 53 seconds. It made the happy noise, so we are good for a build. So I shall go and do that now. Yoop. Oh wow, that's a sucky drive. Right, I'll go and get that uploaded. It usually takes about half an hour to upload because the debug version is like the full package and it takes ages. So about an hour, you should see the update live on Steam. So have a good week, everyone, and I shall see you on Wednesday evening. Bye for now.